back with it. Yeah. Great job there. Yeah, I word. Yeah, I can English. I can word. Is everything... The music is always a bop. I always love bopping to it. It's so good. Yeah, thank you, Light, for the cookies. Even though it's like here for now. Yeah. I hope you have a good night. Oh, what the heck is that? Oh, I'll be right back. Oh no. Where's the BRB folder? There it is. Okay. Immediately when I start stream, like, yeah. BRB, immediately. Let's go to the game selection. Nope. We're not looking at that. We have another magician. Or it might be like the other guy, I don't know. Some girl right there, and there's Phoenix. There's Phoenix. Phoenix, right? I don't even. What? Turnabout Succession. And this is episode 4. Yeah. So this is probably gonna be split into 2. That's usually how like these go. The last one's always the longest. Da, 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 da. Okay. We got this. Everything's fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Remember, do your courts of steel. Apollo Justice is fine. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that is the whole truth of this case. What the fudge? We going through the Matrix? Oh. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. What the fudge was that? What was that? Is this, are we getting another choice? Like last time? Are we going to be given a choice? Like with Matt and Guard, where we can find someone innocent or guilty? What the fudge? What the actual heck was that? Oh my god, my throat. What the heck? Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look, look. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last Gamari, alright? Amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, ow, ow. What? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feels of the moment for later. Right now I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lemrar disappeared. Was this gonna be a freaking autobiography, man? That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. Suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was. Only 3 more days till the miracle happens here, right before your unbelieving eyes. Legendary troupe Gamari, performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and I are coming too. Legendary Gamares. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. Ah, you are here, working hard and hardly working. Hey, how you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of green I want to hear from my own kid. Though, he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding! Oh, it's farm fresh! Not just 1 pudding, but 3 whole cups! I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Dad. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is. Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Oh, maybe you're getting the top secret mission too. Maybe you could be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the juris system, yes? The juris system? That's right, the new legal systems everyone's talking about. Oh, hold on. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The juris system, huh? Wait, I saw something on Twitter, like, not presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too. He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You know me too well, Trucy. I'm glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. Holy frick, $70. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready? For what? For what? For the troop! For the Troop Grimari Grand Magic Show! It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on upstage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Just, like, no. No. So, Dad, what's this jury system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who go to decide whether the guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jury system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. I don't know, we only six of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo! Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant, Trucy, and mascot Apollo. Perfect team. Mascot? Hey! Man, everyone's just freaking mean to Apollo. Poor guy. So, what is this secret mission? The jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. Well, we'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping in that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jury System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurors' candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it's the first run-through of a new system, I want something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case, anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious is in a worst-case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial. That's a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. Trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Huh? Something that happened last night. What the frick? Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Trip Kumari Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth will... So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. Don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Gramari, that reminds me. What's this, Dad? Isn't that so cat the Gramari seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! It's so plastic! I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is it? Can I open it, Dad? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it till then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it till then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Envelope from Mr. Wright, do not open until the time is right. What the fudge? An envelope about the Gramares, huh? Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. We want everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine, committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You'll let me worry about the details. details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo? If I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. The client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you could talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a-wasting. Let me look at this envelope. Oh, looky here, a handwritten signature. It says I can't read it. That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Too true. Alright, I guess we're... I don't even know where... Let's go to the detention center. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than just stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Oh. Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please, have a seat. Hello. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence that builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hats. Oh, what the? She passed out. Miss Magic Underwear, Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic. My God. That's magic panties, Apollo. Are you okay? Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think I need to be fate. I really think it has to be fate, you know. And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. So what's your name? Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know. This is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us about what happened. I'm your defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day this tourist came from out of town and stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. What kind of freaking analogy is that? And this is the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. Name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew's studio. If someone's first name's Joey, I swear to God. Vera's card added to the court record. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio. It's like it's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at those paintings! Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Huh. Huh? Apollo? Look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Atena drew studio only half finished. The rough sketch is still visible. All the paintings have a really different style too. I thought I might find you two here. Emma! Emma! Long time no see! Oh? Seems like I run into you far too often. I bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow. I've heard about it, sure, so Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who would commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackers. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Okay. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. That's weird. Imagine this coffee cup was our guess to use. Guess? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. What the actual frick? Wait, how come, like, Phoenix is running this whole, like, operation, but he's not even, like, a defense attorney? Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone else to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh, so it's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting added to the court record. Wait! Wait! Why is there two paintings? Of the same... One's unfinished and the other's finished. Wait, what? Huh? What the fudge? Apollo, that's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips in the next moment. There's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Maybe he started a year ago or was procrastinating. That's way too real. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paintings are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. Yeah, it looks like... That is so weird. Huh. That letter box looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letter box is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing? You know what gets me? They've all got these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small, round fish. Gonna poke the fish. Always check behind, just in case. Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried? Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there soup, supper, and dinner? Are they different meals of the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Did the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you, too? They do, actually. What's that all about? Also, I see something on the lip of the mug. Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. It must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. Nothing strange about this. So, this, Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently, did a lot of illustrations for books. For books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So, it was a standalone painting or something. Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Miss Shem. Hadn't shown his face to anyone till the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through the letters he put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Now, Mr. Misham couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Letterbox added to the court record. Okay. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Oh, it's so weird. Okay. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl. Ever since she was little, hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give up a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It's quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a Shunin daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. Guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died. She poisoned him on the night of his interview. Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when he brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Oh, I didn't even see this. What the fudge? Why is there a skeleton of a frog? Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, Flurry will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... I mean, what is it we always do when we run into a crime scene? What is it we always do, scientifically? You know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Heck yeah. Okay, well, first off, let me look around in this room. What the frick is going on? I didn't even see this. Doesn't like technology. Dude, why you have a full-on computer? Is this a desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Hey, he has this. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen, like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was the most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it? What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. You had me going for a while there. Look at this picture. So this is Drew Misham. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. Oh, cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo! Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing on sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. That is so weird. But you wouldn't have that just there. What? Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. What the fudge? I'm sorry, I have to take a screenshot of that. What the fudge? It's so you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Why'd you have to word it like that, Trucy? What's this? What's this? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter, it's from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I better hang on to this. Yo, let's read it. Why is everything's like, oh no, wait. Oh no. Let me read the envelope. I want to read it. Apollo, look, it's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Can we x-ray this thing to look in the inside? It's just a... Okay. Oh my god, this guy has so much stuff. What's all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment is a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. Jeez, 50 bucks? Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. He could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough. That'll be enough of that, thanks. Dude, this is like the wackiest freaking artistic set I've ever seen. Okay. First off, Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. Huh? Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? The spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, the solution is used to test for atropine. Atroquine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that speak in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that that's fine. Really, we don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used to on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Oh, what are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? I'm just like doing this everywhere. Maybe she missed something. I'm gonna use up all of this spray. This has to be useful at some point. You sprayed this on anything suspicious, huh? Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure I'm gonna check out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out, just to be sure. Oh. I knew this was suspicious. Oh, wait! Oh, wait, there's blue! Wait, there's some poison on the frame. Oh! A reaction, Apollo? But where? Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that. I was the one who found it. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned, in any case. Looks like you have to take this back part off to first to put a photo inside. It had to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too. That's not very obvious, Trucy. We need to talk to that. It looks like paint. Like, weirdly enough. Look at this dude's face. Emma, about this. Oh, yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? Oh, my lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. So you mean you're the one who ripped this open? Please, please, I would have steamed it open. She did sneak a peek at it, apparently. You know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. About that envelope we found. Oh. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization... something... How am I supposed to remember that? So basically it lets you see inside things, like envelopes? That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. What are you doing? Oh, just see if I can see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and it might... Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Wait! I was only talking to one of my friends earlier. About, like, the X-ray with, like, Phoenix and Edgeworth. Like, the freaking hair is just his bones, and, like, with Edgeworth's, like, hair vet, it's just there. We could have gotten, like, an X-ray of, Apollo's hair. Right, let's test on a sample first. Just so happens I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? The guy is set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there with the keys for me, would you? I didn't even do anything. That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn it down a little more. I wish you could let me do it. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really all that flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what's good if you can't read anything? That's why we go on step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over an image with... You're breaking... Oh, wait. Oh. There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now, turn the dial again, just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. So... Oh, this is cool. There we go. Okay, let's print this one out. I'm a big winner! See, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Okay. This is so cool. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 to Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, let's print this one out. Sign the papers to send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So, it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping, mum about it. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story that night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Russell. Russell? He's after a scoop to sell to the papers, so a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valak Grimari by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valak Grimari. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Okay. So now we have what's in here. I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really? What's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? What? What is this? Well, we're not gonna comment on this. Top dollar for information. What the fudge? That's some business card, I gotta say. anything else you know about? Can I ask you what you think about this? And about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? Or that's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. Guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Emma, I was wondering about this painting here. That one? What about it? What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a closer look at it. Both of you. Now, look at this one. Is this the third painting? This is the third painting he was working on. Hey, they're the same! I was hoping you wouldn't find that. Right, though. Dream Mission was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good. Copying a painting? What for? What? Why would he be copying a painting? Okay, then can I go back to this? About this painting. I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. You can't just ask me any old thing except an answer. I expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even. Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. Okay, I have no idea where to go. Let's go to Sunshine Coliseum. This is it, Apollo! The place where magic and dreams converge! Just a while ago, it was a place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent! What about the case? What? Haha. Only a performer laughs like that! The young Miss Trucy! How often have I hoped we meet again only to tell myself it was an impossible dream? Uncle Valent, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show. I beg you. Actually, we came to visit you to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it's I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone's so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. Well, we're watching wonderment as magnifies illusions are reborn here on stage by my hand. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grimari miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Oh wait, hold on. Make sure. Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Dad. My co-magician in training, Zach Grimari, if that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valent Grimari, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'd be happy. I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifies illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnify of Grimari, was a true deity among magicians. Creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped out to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grimari Tribe's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks to the nameless masses, how can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of a magnified miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifies, magic relied on incredibly innovative idea, a trick if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such, was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnify knew this, and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zack Grimari was the inheritor of the Grimari miracle. Dad? Yes, as you well know, he's gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where the story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? No, absoluteness. Those rolled-up sleeves concealed your confidence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. It's like the thing with, like, Mia and Maya's mother. Yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnify passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will of Magnify himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Dad. That's really sad. A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. No, thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo? What's that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to gain the information out of a magician. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Why, that bears the Grimari seal. Uncle Valent? Is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Oh, he's not looking too great. Huh? Dad gave it to me. Your dad? My partner Zack? No, my other dad, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Dad? Lord Dad? What kind of stretching the whole Arctic thing? That's kind of stretching the whole erratic thing a bit. The signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belonged to none other than Zack Grimari. What? Dad signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Okay, what the fudge was that? Oh wait, maybe I can ask you about this guy? So, a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that coiling smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? Nope, I did not want to examine anything. anything.
「
anything. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valent's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all. Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show. Yes, I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I request that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grimare. Uncle Valent, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend he visit that place properly would penalize perpetrators. The detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. Oh, here comes Uncle Valent's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? It is not more miraculous for it to stay ripped. You must have really not liked that journalist. Now the time has come to where I must return to make my preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valent. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Alright then. Hey man, we have a lot of stuff. I need to ask you what the frick happened 7 years ago, because I swear to God, it's being brought back up. And I don't like it. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? I don't like him! I don't like him! Get the frick away from me! What the fudge? Who are you? Who the frick are you? Don't give this man coffee. I think he would freaking freak the frick out. Or anything, actually. I don't like him. Even if you're not the murderer, I'm putting you behind bars. I'm gonna pin the blame on you. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice! You know me. Do I know you? Of course I know you! Stares down witnesses on stand until they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? You're Trucy. Huh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in... That's so not true! Just hold on to your... My god. I'll wrap this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So Gar, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. Know how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? What a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote. Huh? I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist closes eyes, writes, end quote. What's the nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? I don't like him. So you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. While romp through crossroads of mayhem madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. What is he writing? He's just writing stuff on his arm. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Do we have to? I don't want to talk to this man. I don't like him. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist. Me, look at me, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer. You understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly. I knew you'd understand. Huh? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio. Who? Me? Look, let me say one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, and always on the road. Journalist always busy, one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote. I can understand that philosophy, but he wants to know the thing about one-way tickets. Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly. See, it's the same thing. What is? So you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done about him before. That's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here. Well, what? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why did the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it! Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he's got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing like that, nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right. Guess we'll leave then. But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered to this burger place with amazing ketchup. When an article in my tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was. Objection, hearsay. Dude, I don't like this guy at all. I feel like he you know what? Actually, no. I don't want him to be a dentist, but he looks like one. He looks like a dentist, and he just got into the wrong kind of job. But honestly, I wouldn't want this guy to be my dentist. Wait, famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote. What? Huh? He looks like he... Okay, Ghosty. Keep those kinds of comments and such to yourself. An oil painting happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. Painting of a giant peach flowing down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. Alright, you go do your interview with Vera. I'm just gonna go. What, do I go back to the studio? Oh, is Emma gone? Well, how did it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? It has to be about the painting because, like, we found... Emma, about this painting. That quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. Want to examine it, is that it? Happy to let you. Okay. This painting came from behind that dresser. Yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Dramisham was a forger. A forger? What the fudge? So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people tried to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketches is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paints of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really need to do such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings is only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True. That would be interesting and maybe viable for a case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Butter will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Okay, since we pointed that out then, let's take a look at this then. Actually, I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch in this painting, and I was wondering if your tool here might do the trick. Oh, fine, just this time though. Let's check it out. What in the world? Okay, let's print this one out. What in the world? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas, so you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out his rough sketch entirely, and do a completely new painting on top of that. So, Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think you could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like the detection stuff, don't you? Let's check out the pufferfish. I really like this. I love these new mechanics. This is not looking like a, I don't know, not look like a pufferfish. Wait, wait a minute, wait. That's familiar. Wait a second. That looks oddly familiar. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. Okay, let's look at this. I don't like this at all. What the fudge? Oh, what's this one going to be? I'm scared. Oh no, I already see it. I already see it. Okay, let's print this one out. Guys, I don't like how how specific these pictures look. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Tracy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borch Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? What the freak kind of conclusion is that? No, we're not having a freaking dark backstory here. We ain't having that. This is messed up. This is so messed up. Why in the God's name? Why Eclipse Studio Paint open? What the fudge? I never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvases. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham, and what did he have to do with me? This is messed up. Dude. I don't like this. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Tracy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right, right? We're on your side. Can you tell us anything, please? Good morning. She speaks. Not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Tracy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Well, we will now, begin the, trial of the Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy, and he's looking all around, all nervous-like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time. It may, indeed, alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the juris system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts. Tad's secret mission! The jurors will function like a jury. It is hoped that their conclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? The closed circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurist, judge, Judge Well, and Judge Cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Sir Judge. Jurist today, judge today's trial coolly if you would be so kind. The jurists are unbounded by the layer of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case if you would. The victim is the painter, Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Which tongue? Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? A residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this into evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atropine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 mg. A touch of acrimine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Russell. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Russell? I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you're a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Russell into that Mr. Russell. End quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. The starter brought his coffee right after we started. You know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? You know, remind you the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? What the frick? Oh. Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. Dear God, okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, you have to look at this guy's eyes! I'll just... So you don't have to see him. Okay. Yeah, I want to get this as quickly as possible. I don't want to see this man anymore. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Save. Nine at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Misham says come at 9, believe you me, I go at 9. The first, and as it turned out, the last interview was such a prolific painter. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? You were the first reporter ever into your studio. Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. Basically, insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brushel guy. End quote. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. by which he means Vera did it. So how did this epoch-making interview go? Star brought us coffee right after we started. Would you mind being a little more specific? Let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in the 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what her forehead's driving at. It's coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was going to say, really. Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's why I tell all the new recruits several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you. Who touched the coffee? Don't know. I was in the back looking at the student's equipment when she served it. And what happened next? What's this about star falling? Star falls? Huh, it's like an old telegram. Send money over. Zowie, you don't know. That's like a journalist's code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks a punch. I know, star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course you could go with Drew dies, straight to the point, I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The star's coffee. Maybe something about the moment of death? If not, then like, we can just go back. About when Mr. Mitchum passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was! He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do not but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist seizure is final performance. End quote. After crying paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. The limbs tremble and the throat burns. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah, well I want details, lots of juicy details. For that you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquine, My Love, by Governors, available at all major music outlets. Point here is that the victim died of atroquine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? I don't think it's any important. I think the moment of Mr. Misham's death would be important. Mr. Brushell's story really didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. Very well, please continue with the testimony. Skip. Maybe the star's coffee? You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger, end quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog who writes about a world yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. Virulent. My stomach did a so-called somersault. since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Like maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Everyone wants to venture a guess for the record. Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? I think so. Like, I mean, the victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh yes, you can go press for that. You go to press for that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Oh wait. It wasn't instant, was it? Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. Have one sip of that. Well, he didn't even take a drink. He just put it to his lips and then he died. Let me look at the autopsy report. I didn't look at that. Hold on.
Objection!
Yep, there we go. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atrocrine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of, that, 0.002 mg paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drink that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atrocrine is a virulent, as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atrocrine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? Whoa, what? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Mitchum sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. This dude's stance. Order! What is the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T is virulent. It was virulent, right? Even then, it had already begun digging his claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Brushel, ja? Her Brushel. Let's take a trip back down the memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he did die when you say he died. I would be forced to say off... What? What the frick does that mean? Hold on. Google Translate. I just have to have that out whenever this guy is... Are you just saying goodbye? Widersin. What? Auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop? don't brush your... Are you brushing your eye? Look, wait, just wait a second. Just 1 second. We're waiting. Out with it. I think I just recalled the so-called important detail. Revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. So, Mr. Rushall, you're saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poison's contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order! As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my duty of exclusive rights to this story. Suppose there was too much to hope for. But what was? Of course, he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Tongue, Herb Brushall, report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. Thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? What? Suicide note. Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Dude, okay. Yeah, of course Phoenix wouldn't pick a simple case. How? This doesn't seem all simple, with the fact that, like, the dude had, like, paintings or sketches of, like, our court cases. What the frick does that mean? So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, it's not unlawful entry, really. Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder... It does have the ring of something important. Defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. There's a cat meowing. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Take that!
Wait, why was my mic... Why was my mic muted? What the... How long was I muted for? Oh, come on. Bruh, why was... How long was my mic muted for? Huh? What? Why was Kristoff there? Why was the split second of Kristoff just there? Why? Emma! Well, like my Kristoff Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Bruh, how long was I muted for? Bruh! Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, frontline detective? Someone had to come dig you out of all the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would have happened if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope. Easy. Care to explain yourself, frontline detective? Blare me all you want, the science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right! The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. There it is! Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's acrine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp and put his decisive evidence in the frame. You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote. Order! Order! I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo! I think we just won. Very well, this court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor? Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin to show are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in his envelope 7 years ago. Whereupon it was framed. Until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that he must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. Do not debate this. This begs the question, why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Hello. I'm doing fine. How are you? This case, I swear to God, this is so weird. Oh, Jesus Christ. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. Do not mute my mic. Why did it mute before? He put the murder weapon in the frame of his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? This is so messed up. While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo! I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed.
Objection!
What about the atrocline residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem a bit to be atrocline residue. But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. I believe we've come to a conclusion again. Apollo, we were wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue, something this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor? Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of poison atrocline on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene on this tiny picture frame. The defense hasn't indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poisoned stamp, and Drew Misham knowing this, but put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. Traces of atropine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that none of our clues must be fake. That one of our clues must be fake. Fake clue? Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, ja? The fake clue that's thrown off the poison's trial is none other than... Like, cause these are legit. They can't be faked, so it has to be whatever the heck Drew did. The victim was a fake clue. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is not even the master of fake himself, the forger. Makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. I know that face! That's the face I just had an idea of face! I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's why I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Wait, so you're saying that he's the... Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order! Order! So you're telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was the fake, who is the real forger? Oh my... You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. This is so messed up. If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham himself was a forgery. The real forger was... Oh my god, Vera, I swear to God. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order! Order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger. Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually that does make certain kind of sense. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Epic freaking music. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. Ah, wait. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility. By process of elimination, the forger was Vera Misham. Well, fascinating. Okay. Swear to God. Farah Misham. You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Fräuleins, believe me, though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So the forger, Drew Misham, was you? Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. What the fudge, bro? The trial resumes. Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries. Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I can make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you're already creating your works back then. I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father. He was watching, gathering information. All about the Rights and Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business... How pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Dad's dad? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these dads running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. This is so messed up. Of course, now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing on her fingernails clean off. You're ruining your nails. You just painted them. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well. Miss, if you would you really make those detestable forgeries? Wait, what did he say? I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Wait, what is this? What the fuck does that mean? Taking a screenshot. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkable similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, ja? Yes, it was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work, that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger, this Drew Misham. So these things you were making are, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may have killed your father. Alright. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in the letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for the Drew Misham. A new industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used. I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein had lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thoughts. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atropine. A moment, her forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. Wait, I'm sorry. Like that was like... I don't know why. For some reason they had the same energy as that meme where it's just the guy crossing his arms and just like throws them in the air. I guess not. Like... So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. A single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Misham. He did the work and he supplied the face. So you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat, you're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw it disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe. Now, where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close, we just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Oh wait. Yeah, let's show this.
Objection!
Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch! I see, so I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in the business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troupe Grammare. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Grammare? What's with Gavin? May I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No, answer the question, now! Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Guess it is unbecoming of me, I apologize. But I must know, please, Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. No! I don't know! What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book... Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing. Sullied? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Dad? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago, about how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know? A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? What the actual? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence is this girl standing right in front of me. Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client. Well, who was it? It was... what's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera! The devil. What the fudge? Defendant Vera Misham, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis acute atrokine poisoning. What? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. What the fudge? Nah. Well, I'm saving this here. Wait, were we... Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. Oh my god, is that young freaking Clavier? What the fudge? Young Jersey! To find the whole truth. What the actual... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? What the fudge? Wait. Trial 7 years ago. Trial 7 years ago. We're going back in time! Yeah! Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Seven years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Holy frick. Whew. Okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar? I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand. I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Oh! Morning, Dad! I'm so glad you came. You okay, Dad? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. This old boy here is gonna help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks! My first show's today, after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Huh? Me? Look what he's... Look what he started. Here. It seems fate's... What's this? It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Magnify Grimare. I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. That's the forged! That's the forged evidence! I'll give it a read later. Well, too bad, Phoenix. I already read it. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. An easy win, then. Yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it's a difficult situation I put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Dad. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the currents will be lifting away any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigmar. Wait! Wait! Hold on! You're the freaking dude. Oh my god, wait. Oh no, that's messed up. That's messed up. No. No. No, 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 no. Known to the world as Zach Grimare, a wildly popular magician, star of the troupe Grimare, his mentor Magnify Grimare, as it was a rare breed of magician, single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead, and Zach Grimare is the suspect. Yo, that's messed up. Mage! There's so much messed up things going on. Oh my god. Also, young Clavier Gavin. We back 7 years ago. Of course, now it's session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? A bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is that some kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, Jack? Or are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? The Gaviner's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started, legally, Jack. Gavin, defense attorney, Christoph Gavins. I figures my bros got more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. True, my debut single of 13 Years Hard Time for Love went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me to compare to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Her attorney, right? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on this case. Achtung! Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Gumshoe! Hey man! Yo! And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today. See? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony. For detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hey youing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in your room at the General Hospital. Oh god! The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Jesus! What's up with the clown? Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim Magnified Grimari was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Oh wait, that was someone. Was the judge? Yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnified to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know of his disciples even better. I dare say Troupe Grimari has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnified has been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Malignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. Oh! Only 3 months left to live, in fact. Diagnosed with malignant... He had liver cancer. Okay. Facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with his insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the scene of the crime. At the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe added to the court record. Used for administering insulin shots has been washed and shows no signs of use. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him. It shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, to you. Oh, okay. Yeah, fade the black one, don't ya? Alright, I'll read it after the test. After, like, get back to the testimony then. Frick you. Very unusual indeed. Although could such a thing such as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder. I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Fortunately, even the defendants won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, her attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was, every night for a half hour starting at 11. The victim, Magnified Grimari, was given an IV. An IV? There is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happens every night, without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He couldn't have at least mentioned it to me. Or he could have, This is so whacked up, man. Okay, before we start pressing on anything, I'm looking at the evidence. Hold on, actually, first off, I'm looking at my badge. Most important thing. Each attorney's badge has a number engraved on the back. No two numbers are the same, so if you drop it, people will know it was you. Better make sure I don't lose mine. Okay. Some reason that's not on his arm. That hasn't been used, even though he was about to use. So he's about to use it. Gun's there. For some reason, there's a freaking bullet hole through like the head of this clown. All right, autopsy reports. Between 11 and 11:30, loss of blood from bullet wound, no tumor found in victim's liver. And then there's this note. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. All to those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. It's either one. I think it has to be this. This has to be the forged thing. The chart. Tumor liver has been progressed to a final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months left to live. Patient has chronic diabetes. Requires regular insulin. And this is the syringe. Anything I can make a point of? Like, I always hate getting shots. I guess Magnify was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait, if Magnify used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, like, if it had... He used it! I was gonna say he freaking used it! To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curation. Come to the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot 1 shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. That is the most vaguest thing I've ever heard. Okay. Okay, but what if about defendant did what was asked him and shot the old man in the forehead? Dude, there was something else that was also shot in the forehead. You look at the clown? Like, what the fudge? What was the poor clown? That was a weak hold it. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. It could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. And this letter was sent by the victim. There it is, gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's no mistake. I see. Score one for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just asserting the facts. So why am I so annoyed by a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. Defendant did what was asked him and shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, Detective. You also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. Photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, clearly. No, he clearly shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
When you can prove that with this photo. He's still doing the same thing. I can prove that he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? The clown doll. Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too. There's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? He will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown's doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. The hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff sent someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he didn't have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. Oh, he freaking Loophole! 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 Bullet hole in the clown's doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. We cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad is it to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. Do I have the gun? I want to know. Was there one... Wait. I don't have the gun. Because, like, that would, make the point that, like, oh, there's only one bullet. Like, if it was shown that there was one bullet has been used, then that's it. You have to find the possibility of there being of someone else shooting him. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks and the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. I bet we did. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em. Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their shows. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Oh no. Chief Gamari stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for a magic show, see? It can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. It shows traces have been fired recently. So were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. You might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Intriguing point. Well made. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Give me the gun. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. Now it's time to return to her testimony. I'm sorry, Gumshoe. We have to go back on these terms again. Thank you, by the way, for giving me the gun. Actually, before I do anything, I want to look at this, because, like... anything particular I can examine? There we go. If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, and I guess this bend is where you load it. So, this is the famous Grimari golden gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretend to miss their targets, too. Jesus Christ, Phoenix. Alright.
Objection!
We back at it again, boys! The trickiest case often seems the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Objection!
did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
Objection!
That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh, where did he get the extra bullets? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. Losing your cool, Gavin. Had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? Seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, her detective was just the warm-up act. Aw, poor Gumshoe. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Grimari who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Man, that was short. What? It says 2. Oh my god. That was short. Dang, alright. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. Well, we've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? By the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot on the forehead. One, right? Yes, the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say, for now at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some, well, some poorly. This is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. I found there upon his bedside table two pistols. Two? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing. What the fudge? My mentor had look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sounds of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnified coursing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grimari? Yet in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. Took the pistol I fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you'll find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. What? Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnified Grimari? The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there he had our last discussion as a mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What'd you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It's not concerned this case. Zack Grimari, he seemed pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. This is so messed up. What the freak's going on? Hold on. Dude. Oh, the music. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Oh my god, my throat. What the fudge? Okay. If my throat would stop doing whatever it is it's doing. Okay. Court is now back in session. During a recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. In the rifling marks, there wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident with this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of the Troupe Grimari's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Grimare? So we get to meet the great Magnify's other disciple. Oh my god. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grimare, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow students' or your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? You really do, Phoenix. Why, the fireworks are going off! Again! But 2 days after? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, a witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zack Grimare received. Yeah, so perhaps I should say ta-da. Oh my god, that stance. Order! Order! What does this say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. You trust the task at 11. Why, it's practically the same. Wait, no, wait. To you, I entrust the task of lowering my life's current time. Come to the 13th, 11:20 p.m. Ready to go, with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your Troupe Grimare up to? By which you mean, I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, her judge. From these letters, I'd say he was coursing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. For which you mean you're not going to tell us, which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. What's going on with the testimony, for starters? Defendant Zack Grimare stands accused. Tell us why. I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. And a deal with the dead is what it is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss. I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you're the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone will clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions, as the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zakumari, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zakumari, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that work? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went to the at the designated time, and what did you see? The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor has taken his final bow. So you weren't worried for your own safety at all. I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you were the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing suspiciously before responding. A forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, my partner did not refuse. When Magnify wrote the same thing to you, why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all so strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing. If only we had an analysis on those bullets. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning this crime scene, namely... The bullet in the pistol, location of the pistol, the number of pistols. Okay, so this is where... Number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valley quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. I found thereupon beside his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. the number of pistols really so important? Yes. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. No, you didn't. You didn't shoot the clown! Where's the pistol? Give me the pistol.
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zakamari, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead, and he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about Mr. Valent has what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullets taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from his gun. The rifling marks and the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order! Order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
Objection!
What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said that you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I'm still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. How old are you in this? Bruh, you're 17. Oh my god, you're like freaking Edgeworth. Valent Gramare? Yes, Your Honor. You were present to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more decisive than divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, her right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Freaking bring it, Clavier! Very well, the witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. Oh, when I see you in the future, I'm so gonna deck you. I'm so gonna punch you in the face. Or whatever, I don't know. Arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is, say, 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, and I called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. The one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. We're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy at the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain this situation here, Judge. For example, take her debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff! Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. In the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. Prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precious times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. We hope the defense refrains from this customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on. Right. Oh, so you're playing the penalty card if we make a baseless accusation. Man, you've learned. Man's learned. Okay. Okay. Okay, the first one is just like, you know, we already kind of know that, so. You walk in on a murder and the first thing you do is shoot the clown. The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request for that reason had cause for me to fit of sorrow. Why would I? For what would I, balance, be now without him? May the soul of Magnify, the great, find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments. Her attorney. I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. Doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Okay. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes, I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!" Doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing. And I would pennied the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments. Her attorney. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? Yeah, when the autopsy report's just like, estimated time, 11 to 11:30. You do usually only get estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. See, another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. He didn't even take it! Hold on, I'll be right back. The cat. Okay. Point here is the IV the victim was taking. Oh. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnify Grimari's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnify took an IV drip for 30 minutes. You can see the IV bag right there. Yes. Now look at it a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Yeah, it's not in him anymore. The needle's been removed. Obviously, it fell out when he was shot. Oh, that would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, IV no longer drips. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, this determined that the IV has stopped at 10 minutes after the administration began. Okay. And so it was when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Oh, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Hold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical things of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid provides my innocence. What the fudge? What was supposed to be drained out of there? Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn is a scarred IV needle, knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you, the IV had not been there. Why you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. You might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I would wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first magical Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. Oh, wait. I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust, and what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. Don't want to go back to the circus. Not again. We're not going back there. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say I think 'twas huge, especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Well, he's saying it's yellow, right? Bro, that's green. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time, Mr. Valent. Your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. It's quite based, Your Honor. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. I had to say that, that's funny. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. Photos of the crime scene. All this talk of color is me yearning for black and white, clearly cut simplicity. Tell us, Her Right, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. The amount of black and white photos we have to look at. And have someone who's literally blind to red. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? The bag green! Yo, wait, green! Valent Grimari, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright. Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what is your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. What is this? What's foul magic? Magic. It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alakaz, no! What the fudge? There were bunnies! There were little bunnies. Order! What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grimari, as you remind us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the ivy is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can only mean one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright. Oh my god, he said the thing. Roll credits! Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. There's a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree that at a glance the liquid IV does appear a short of greenish yellow, but I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say a light blue. Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This incidentally is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave for you. For you, that is. Grave? Liquid in the IV is yellow, yes, But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid is actually yellow? Alec has no OMG! Order! 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 Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once! The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? What are you having me explain? Ask him! I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valak Grimare, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... he's seen it before. From the facts and force, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. Not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. We saw the liquid by itself in a clear colorless bag. I suppose we would have to, but I'm still not clear as to what this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing to what if he knew the IV liquid's color. Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bobber fans. Yeah? What?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. Remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Well, wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight, her right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait! I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to have performed such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove your witness is capable of doing such a feat? Our witness, not your. Oh wait, freak! Wait, that's where we get the IV! That's where we get the freaking syringe! He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to the IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, I need solid evidence to bring us back down to earth. Fallen Grimare, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in the life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... It was the syringe.
Take that!
The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Grimari, as you point out to yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. Could do a little much-needed investigation work. See, there are no objections. Court is adjourned. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you'll never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You said the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. That's quite true. Huh? He's admitting it. Nor was the witness quite as decisive as I hoped. This I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin. Proof, her judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim's magnified Grimari's diary. After going into the hospital, Magnified began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and the meaning of his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples could refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I'd leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to have it down this pen. This does appear to have been written just before his death. So lay down his pen. Court accepts this into evidence. Oh no! Oh no! This is where the forgery comes in! Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Grimari. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnified Grimari intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grimari didn't pull the trigger. See, the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnified's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Grimari. Order! Order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnified Grimari wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnified did intend to continue his diary. That's if his diary ended here, which plainly it did. And the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grimari. Well, how do you like me now, Her Right? Still too green for your taste, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that to be overlooked such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright? Oh no, this is the fall of... Witness here, ladies and gentlemen, that this is where the end of Phoenix Wright. This is the beginning. The witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... 'Tis now the fall of Mr. Phoenix Wright. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnify Gramare. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. One to Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnify's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Her Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramare left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Gramare? No! No! The handwriting, too, matches that of the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order! Order! But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Her Right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence. Her Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? My request we put the current cross-examination on hold. The prosecution would like to call a new witness. For Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway, so it might as well be sooner. And though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. Of course you did, Phoenix. You freaked up. The ripped up page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it. It was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. Thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. You are the witness, I gather. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name is Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? You are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh yeah, I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh yeah, I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it? Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. The legal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zachary. Legal evidence? I initiated an investigation around this and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham, was another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
Objection!
The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right? Witness, or Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. They make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes? Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. Presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in your court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. The prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip. Everything would have gone the way you wanted to, Jack. I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this! Mr. Enigmar! The defendant's escaped! Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building! Holy frick, he made an escape! On the double, he must not be allowed to escape! Holy frick, he ran! That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zakamari, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramari miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of the magician Zakamari vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Holy frick, dude! Dude! Hold on, okay. Before we, okay. Hold on, I'll be right back. Gonna get a drink. Dear God, my throat. Holy frick. I wanted to keep it as long as I could and without stopping right there. Be really quick. Okay. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. Can I freaking press play? This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. Of course they do. Of course they do. Like all the freaking time. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnify's Grimari's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Grimari go? Well, I think I figured that one out, mother fricker! He currently in a freaking casket in the ground 6 feet under. What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Mason system. Yo! The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well, and when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through the then and now. Think of it as a game. What? I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. You still have your Magatama? Yo! God dang it! Yo, we gotten a shine since I last seen that sucker. Yo! God dang it! What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? We ain't playing freaking Apollo Justice. Like, we are playing Phoenix games. We were at the hands of this man. What the fudge? What the actual fudge? Use Q&E to jump between the past and present. But let's begin 7 years ago in the past. How long is this gonna be? Hold on. Oh my god. We're at like 5 hours. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Wanna play a game? Like freaking Saw Trap? Holy frick, dude. Hold on. Okay. Oh, dude. This is cool. Okay. The nightmare trial was over. And the new nightmare of figuring out what happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. I figured I'm the only one who could do this. Probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me, 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I have forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, his chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits, and what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnify Grimari, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valent or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit, that's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory Spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. His very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Sakamari killed Magnify. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away. As long as an audience awaits with bated breath, there will be balance. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared and Magnify's repertoire is mine, Valent Grimari has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no, and you cannot pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obliged to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only if Sakamari followed them. Let us not speak any more. Who shot what? Now when my partner has vanished, the question is moot. And I'm more interested in learning something else actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? Trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? Great magicians never reveals his secrets. Holy frick! I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks of people's hearts. And if I can't unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Ooh. Okay. Okay. What in the world? What does end inquiry do? Hold on. Okay. Defendant? Okay, I don't even know why I would go there. Well, it's always going back to Wright & Co. law offices. 7 years ago, Wright & Co. law offices. Oh, morning, Dad! I'm so glad you came. You okay, Dad? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. This old boy here is to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all. 2 weeks have passed since then. I called her into my office. Oh. Trissy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your dad comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. You can look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Dad told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Dad if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay. Say, Dad. That was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Dad. Oh, we're back at this again, aren't we? Oh, and this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know? Oh, and Dad, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through it. We'll make it through this. Trissy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Dad. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? You've sealed your fate, Phoenix Wright. So, Dad, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Dad. Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other dad always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? You don't want to be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know how much about anything about other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office, and we should run an agency instead. You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional? Yup. After all, I'm directly descended from the famous Zach Gromare. Directly descended? He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Aww. Could you tell me a bit more about your dad, or Zach Gromare? Dad? Sure thing, Dad. Which dad was that again? That's so amazing! The biggest star of Troop Gromare, and they're big! The Gromares, they were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happened when you put Zach and Valen Gromare together, you know? Plus they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. I guess there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish I could have seen more of Dad's magic. I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what will happen to me with Dad and Mom both gone. Mom? Yeah, what about Mom? I haven't heard anything about Trissy's mother. I have my magic and a great dad, even if he's unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trissy, you're a professional. Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs? They say that? They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, wanna see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick. Look. Yeah, let's see it, Trucy. Let's see the trick. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here it goes. Ta-da! Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yo! Whoa, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Dad. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. What the fudge? Could you tell me more about your mom, if that's okay? Mom was so pretty. She was like an angel on stage. On stage? You mean with your dad? Yep. She was always there with Zach and Ballad smiling. But then she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then, a lot. That's when Dad gave me this. Here. This is your mother. She's beautiful. Her name's, Thalassa. Or Thalassa? What the fudge? I say Thalassa. Her name's Thalassa Gramari. Poor girl. I didn't know her mom had gone missing. And now her dad's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey, Dad, you won't... Don't worry, I won't vanish. I promise. Right, you can even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Dad always said to have a backup plan. Guess all I rate as his backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talents Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two, Dad. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way, you mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys. This will not do. Oh, a boy should always have a trick or two in his pockets. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Dad. Welcome to the team. I have this. Oh my god. Yes, that's amazing. The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. A Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy. She was my light. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, okay, I guess we don't have to go back there. What the fudge? What? Okay, why do we have to go defendant lobby number 2? 7 years ago, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar! The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exit from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down on the hands, floor, on your head! Now, now, now! What's the big idea? My ears! No unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir. It's not usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet! Ah, frick, Rip Meekins. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir, court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. Best to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magicians escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. You freaking idiot. But you were a regular police officer once, right? How'd you become a bailiff? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here! Oh, it's a hard knock life. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. You lost... Even Meekins had a... Last time we met you, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. Lost my case files 4 times in 3 days, then they fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from a square one at a lowly bailiff. But your uniform... I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So, you're the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zakamari's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see that what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff on little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down to the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. There's the courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way does Zakamari run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this, around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magician run into the defendant lobby. I swiftly ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Well, I remember it was like it was right there, because it was, lobby number 2, sir. He ran into this room. I don't see any place to hide in there. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. here in this room. The magician gone and vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again. Promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room and he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw it with my own eyes. The red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, red cape. That's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what? Exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking. I've had quite a bit of time since then. Or you've had. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Wait. Meekins! Cyclops, I should have known. God dang it, Meekins! Bruh! Holy frick, wait, I think I know. I know how he did it. Bro. Yo, I think I know. Okay, Mr. Meekins, what do you know? Spit it out. Hey, who, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zakumari vanished from this room. How did he do it? How, sir? Well, I can't say sir, why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here, and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do, anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Holy frick. Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in that room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician. 7 feet. Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zakumari. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Yo, it's Mr. Hat! Yo! It's been a while. Been a while, my guy. You're looking red. What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She used it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a walking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision, it was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! You're freaking idiot, Meekins. I remember it clearly. Though the details are a little vague, Sakamari exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Sakamari, don't even think you can escape Meekins! Down on your hands, floor on your head! Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Sakamari, do you know him? Oh, I love Sakamari. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. See, that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zack came into this room, but no one else has been here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Tristy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him, Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been a long dream. A dream that's lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Poor Meekins. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of the lobby number 2, along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you can't come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trishy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Now I saw that cape, Sakamari's red cape, floating like a cape. Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries, wasted! It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parafrat. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I'll let the defendant escape, that's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from signing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe! Wait, Gumshoe! Holy frick, wait, hold on, I need to post this in the chat. Freaking Guamshoe! Not Avaguam! We're back in the freaking building again! Holy frick. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Sakamari that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Before I meet him again, Okay. I don't even know. Why did I click that? Oh. Yo! Present day Borch Bowl Club. Oh, hi. Hey there. You fricker. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. A secret true competition. I have heard the Borch Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours. Dude! Dude! No! 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 You get the freak away from me! Nah! Nah! Why are you back here? Ah, frick, we're gonna see you again, aren't we? I hope to God not. This motherfricker. I was hoping I wouldn't have to see you again, but how the fates. Who the heck is this? He was the witness, for their, Misham's, trial. He was the witness. He's a reporter, so to say. Don't mind me. I'm just a friendly neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borch Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income from the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout. Yes, but before we go... Yes? Let me introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No, Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Dude. Dude, I just seen you. Huh. You look freaking familiar. I don't think your last name's Smith, Mr. Shady. You still don't know who I am. Have we met? Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this! Mr. Enigmar! The defendants escaped! Find them, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building! On the double, he must not be allowed to escape! You can't be, but you're... Zach Grimare? Yes, the reincarnation of the act of the century. Today I have only an audience of one. You. Zach Grimare, this must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy's ruined my life. You there. Da? We will play soon. Ready the room. Da, I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? The Zach Grimare? Now I'm Shady Smith. Not Shoddy. Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. It caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. Got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. So I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. So you cheat. So you cheat. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take a time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And you. You competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. You know that you do. Trucy's power. Trucy? She's in a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borch Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy, and she sends me signals. Dad, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line. Recall you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnified Grimare. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? What the fudge? Wait! Holy freaking heck. Holy frick, wait a minute. It's just in the Grimare blood or something. Blood. I'm sorry, but it's not something told lightly to outsiders. And it's nothing you need to know at this time. It's some kind of Grimare secret then. Fine. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go. Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. This? Transferal of rights. You see the signature. The transferal? That's Magnified Grimari's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all the rights to secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. Oh, well, whatever. I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Grimari. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. Wait, is this the page that was actually torn off and replaced into... Holy frick! Holy frick! So we were right about the torn paper, but the one we had was a fake! That was fake! That wasn't... This is legit! This is legit! Holy frick! Holy frick! Oh, I'm going to freaking punch whoever the heck forged this. Whoever hired freaking Mishem for this, I swear to God. Everyone's gonna be sorry. You recall the diary, yes? Holy frick. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnify gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare my escape from that courtroom. You fricker. The greatest of Magnified Grimari's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only the bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Oh wait! It's the note! It's the freaking envelope we got! Holy frick! Wait! It's the freaking envelope that Phoenix gave to Trucy! Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel? Sir? Here you go. Oh my god, it's the exact same letter. It is. Oh my god, holy frick. What's this? Letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. You need a public notary. Besides, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are. By day I wear notary glasses and hunt for news. Also by day I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have to come here tonight. I've finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up, you might say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Won't Trucy inherit your East estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case, as I received the performance rights from Magnified Grimari. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnified died, 2 potential successors to his Repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramari, and Valent Gramari. Not Trucy. See, so you need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He's a man I trust. Not only 3 known of my rebirth. Took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. I found he had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else but Trucy's mother is a mystery. What do I do here? I don't think I have any... What do I... Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, I have a lot. Oh, wait, I do... Oh, I have everything. Okay, so this is from the case. These are the letters. That's the stage pistol. Diary. Can I show you this? This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How'd you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She's gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother magnified Gramari, only's daughter, and Trucy's mother magnified Gramari's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifies daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zach? Brushel, you say too much. Oh! and what? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zach decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Talis Gramari, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. We need to gather some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter, it would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnify. I do not care to lose to another. I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it caused me no end of irritation. I think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lining up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, may you leave. But it's your last game. I mean, last scoop. I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough. Alright, just remember the future, or prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin. Dealer! Da? You will be witness to our competition. Da, it is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? That reminds me. I saw familiar faces enter this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him. After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. Once a can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Gramari power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Gramari knew, but how and why? This is so whacked up. What the actual... We're getting so much lore. Oh my god. How much is there? Wait, I just realized what the frick's going on with the solitary cell. Hold on. Wait. Why is this nice? Wait, 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 no, 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 that's a yellow envelope. Nope, no, 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 no. Oh, Kristoff, I'm gonna freaking punch you in the face. Eat dirt, mother fricker. I'm really glad you're behind bars. Well, isn't it an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin? Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix, right? Oh, I'm so glad you're in jail. Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Hold on. Taking a screenshot of it. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in a proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little whatever. You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Oh, I'm so glad I freaking... Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zachramare, you know the defendant. You know the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach. Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I'm an evil human being. Is not enough. Not for me, it isn't. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. Oh my god, oh my god, holy frick, I'm going to deck this guy in the face. I do not like him. Kristoff, you can eat dirt. I swear to god. Holy frick. Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah yes, the trial where Zachramare pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share to praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion, yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends. And yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what to think. Hold on, like, before anything, I want to look at your room. Bro, why the frick? It's strange, you know? Here I am in solitary, and yet books keep piling up. Looks like you've got more than books up there. Ah yes, my collection. A few friends on the prison staff, they showed me a little kindness. Just a little. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek out other people's mail. You get mail here in the jail? I do, though they read it first, apparently. So I'm allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the likes are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Oh, I really want to peek at that. Nice roses. Taking care of this one here? Ah yes, she's surprisingly delicate, you know? Requires careful tending, but she's my best friend, as they say. Best? Come on now, I'm starting to feel bad for you. Oh? Of course. She's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? Speaking of the photo next to the rose. A retriever, Von Goal. Cute, but feisty. Every dog has its thorn. Assuming the thorn's again. That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. And here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Why the frick do you have a chair like this? Why do you have this? You're in prison! You're not supposed to have a life of luxury! You're also still wearing your suit. I just realized. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. Now I have our game. Zachary mentioned your name, Gavin. And that reminds me, I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead, someone hit him hard. Me, please, take the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramare. Whoa! I've never seen Cyclops like these. What the fudge? They're black! Huh? Dark, cold, full of despair. Can't even unlock these things. Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails. My god. Alright, Gavin, freaking, I don't even know if I got anything for you, you mother fricker. I'm just gonna end the inquiry, I guess. Cause I don't know what to do. Oh, I hate this. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. Decided sooner. Your mission, was it? I haven't done anything illegal, and I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. Suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix right, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not, sadly, a profitable one. I never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by if it were only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. Don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen, and who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work, outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. What's this painting here? That's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about, at least not yet. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. Guess it would be a little different from paintings. That's not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page, as reference. The second, a printed document I could only summarize was written by my client. So I used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them, not personally, but As Cyclock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Yeah, 'cause you didn't make it! You didn't make it! It was freaking... It was Vera! Okay. I might be able to do this one. Because I know who it is. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. Where are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So what's Misham hiding? The forger. I could pretty much piece together what is from what you said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Cyclops. Cyclops? Is that some sort of asylum security, or a new hairstyle perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the Cyclops. Again with the Psycholocks. I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclops. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, and I don't have many other people to choose from, the real forger at Drew Studios is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, but not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclops tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going Psycholock myself. My God. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. Precious little girl outshining her father. Oh, hold on. Okay. My god, I love the lore. This might become a 12-hour stream, guys. I'm sorry. Dude, I cannot get back. I cannot go back now. We are in too deep. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I thought we were playing the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytic devices I bought when they came necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Did she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But her face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter. To speak only with the artist, the client told me. And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Hold on. I suppose there's no sense in rushing things. Let's see if there's any more to get out of Dad first. Hold on. Oh yeah, I was just thinking about that. Like, oh hey, maybe the room. Holy frick! Wait. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Holy frick! Holy frick! Wait! Nah. Ah, frick nah. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Valent, the Gamaris, isn't it? I love how they don't mention... Post office issued a commemorative stamp last year, and the Gamaris were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been dedicated to the band ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. So I wonder how she got her hands on it. Maybe it has to do with the envelope. This is red envelope. Don't touch that. It's quite important. Painter's face just changed hues. Guess I better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. This is you and Vera. Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Right. Shouldn't you practice? That's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can seize it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. Huh. You use these gizmos for painting. They're pretty elaborate. Those aren't for painting. They're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the portrait trade, I guess. There's some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay, they look kind of heavy. Oh. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Yeah, that's probably why he ain't getting any sales. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. Insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. I see how you want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color. As long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. Let's talk about your daughter now. The freaking Mason system. Let's talk to Vera. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess, you'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so, actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please let me speak with her. Alright. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Vero, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Durame. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? Okay. So, I need something... Maybe this? Holy frick, wait. Holy frick, wait a minute. Holy And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so the stamp. How can I keep her talking? Isn't Trip Gamari amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valent. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, me too. I love them, they're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw my father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Gamari Museum of Magic. The Gamari Museum, they have one of those. Trip, like that's her mom. No, I don't think that's her mom. I don't think that's her mom. But she's someone else's mom, I'm pretty sure. Great. I think I figured it out. Guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little, with father. I'm sure of it. She looks so familiar. She looks so familiar, too. Oh, wait. Wait. So this is... Okay, yeah, so this is Trucy's mother. And Dara the Magnified Grimare. This is Trucy's actual mom. And I recognize her from somewhere else. For God's sakes. I swear to God, this is the case. Oh my God. If we see that woman, I swear to God. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together, they do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Violet, maybe? Oh, sure. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. They're the best in the world! Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Gamari, of course. Father gave it to me. Your father. But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Gramaris forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get her good side. Can I ask about you now? I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like to go outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Gamari Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret! From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting, a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too. Oh yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips in the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use the microscope to analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Gamari coffin. I guess no one told her. Oh no, oh no! So you met the person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them. What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Huh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really have to know. Ah, frick. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. Oh my god. Let's use this. Alright, let's figure this out. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp. No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem. The problem that keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use the good luck charm. Good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Do I have it? It can't be this. Do I no, I don't. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Alright, let's go searching! let's look at this, cause you know, just all right. Maybe if she's here, she'll say something. That's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. The stamp and like the nail polish is just like so like make me off put. Am I missing? Okay, let's end inquiry. Where can I go? Okay, I don't think I have enough information to get that guy's Cyclops. Go to present. Haven't done. Did I do everything? Oh wait, yeah, he has this. Wait a minute. Wait a freaking minute. Wait a freaking minute. Hold on. What the frick is that? Let me look. Let me look at your cell, Gavin. You're thinking what self-respecting men would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rates, no things, except nothing else. Nothing less. It certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish, like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please, have one. It's on me. Yeah, okay, I know what's going on. Alright, frick you, I'm leaving. I know who you are, Gavin. You can eat dirt. Actually, wait, hold on. I want to do one thing real quick. Hold on, I need to look at the plant. Yo, how Mr. Charlie doing? My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess worrying Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. I can feed Trucy like this? No! Wait, I can't feed Trucy. I can't feed Trucy like this. She's probably need more than an occasional watering too, I'm guessing. Okay, I just had to look at the plant. Very important. Alright, back to Drew's studio. I'm gonna... Okay, I think I know what... Yeah, I know what it is. Talk. I know what I have now. Okay. Not because it's stamp. I know what it is that they gave you. I know who it is. You. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Same bottles over there at on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job was it this client? Where is he? Where is he? Where's the mother fricker? Fricker! Evil! Evil! Nightmare! 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 Demon! This man is a friend of mine. You know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised not to tell. Nightmare, 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 Christoph, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client, I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore, I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. I think they might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So where'd you see this devil then? It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Kristoff Gavin was her charmed. Or has her charmed. Well, I think that's all I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Sakamare. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise? I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. This is messed up. Oh. We're I still haven't talked to ya in like a good bit. How you doing, man? You wanna open up? I don't wanna examine the freaking room. I don't wanna present evidence either. Alright, let's see what you got. 4 Cyclops. Okay, the trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth, and that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking for someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. He got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? I guess it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? The troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. It had to be this dang pistol because y'all would be shooting around like willy-nilly. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? You're magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shooting canceled because of someone might get hurt? Of course, whatever other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my frustrating forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would happen if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. Life was sacrificed so the show might go on, and this show is who it was. Oh, I don't... Oh no. But that's Zakamari's wife and Trucy's mother. Talus, I believe was her name. Alakazam. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Talus was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Oh wait, yeah, it was always like, it was always in their things that, like, they would shoot, like, at each other, and she would be in the middle. Or something. Yeah, okay, this has to be it. Troupe Kamari's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Talus. Right, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. A part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troupe was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnify was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valen's got a point. If one of the troupe members died in an accident and Magnify covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright. So close, there has to be something about how Talus' death could affect Zack and Valen's relationship with Magnify. I see in your eyes you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? Prove why Talus' accident tied your hands so completely. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accident, like, it couldn't have been, like, evidence. I think it has to be with Talus. This information proves why Magnify held so much power over you. Because that was his daughter. If any word had gone out, they would be at blame for it. So he had blackmail over them if any word came out about his daughter getting hurt. It wasn't a question of who shot Talus. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Grimari's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnify's Grimari's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnify's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! This is so messed up. This is so messed up on so many levels. There's no proof, none at all. But Talus went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. I mean, Troupe Gamare. The master magnified Gamare, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Not be tempted to faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valence toward the force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight towards that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. But that's magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullets stole Talus' life, we shall never know the answer. Talisa disappeared from our lives, and Zack befriended of his wife, Trixie lost her mother, and Magnify his daughter. This is so messed up. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnify Grimari try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Grimari. The passing of the torch from Magnify to Zack and Valet. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Talisa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnify's wishes. Magnify forced us to reform his art for its benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of his own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Grimari, that's for sure. Does Trixie know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life. True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up on old memories, but this has helped a lot. I have to find Magnify's Slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffling, quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Oh, it's freaking... I know, yeah. I don't remember his name. I could care less. After I spied him lurking around the dressing room doing his research. Do you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. In the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him a lot. Liked him not. I liked him not. You see, his name, I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. You see, thanks for your help. It is not no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. We will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over the Troop Grimari, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trixie from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grimari to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. And that's done here. Now to the present. Ah, heck yeah! Okay, where do we go? I don't know if I have anything for you. You just have black freaking Cyclops, so it's going to take a lot of cracking to, like, get those unlocked, I assume. Because you're a tough cookie, Mr. freaking Kristoff Gavin. Dear God, I don't like... I'm taking your dog, Von Goal. I'm taking your dog. Or I hope freaking Clavier has her or whatever. You freaking stink. Stinky man. Let's go here, I guess. Oh, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. Oh, it was this day! I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions, but then I realized I needed to hear it from you. I've walked a difficult road these past 7 years because you couldn't perform Magnify's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Balance skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Sakuramare. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Sakuramare murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember as if it were only yesterday. But that was not the way of it, in the end. For a while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zack managed to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, fraying interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened. Magnify's death is still a mystery to this day, which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Holy frick, what do you have? You have 2 Cyclops. You'll be seeing these sooner rather or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Do I have anything for you? I think okay. I need to go talk to that reporter guy if he is here. Or he's somewhere, I don't know. Cause he might have more info than I do. Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Misham was poisoned and his daughters... Oh yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end to grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down case just a little quicker. End quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Sakuramare was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back at the Borch Bowl Club. Which character? What a man! A little, no, a lot. No, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Are you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around. End quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. I wish I didn't have to talk to you, but I guess I have to, bro. Because for some freaking reason, you have more info about these wandering magicians than I do. So, shoot. Family of forgers. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what they really did them know, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. And I interviewed him. I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. No, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on the back of neck, freaks out, end quote. Because he felt guilty. Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Mission felt like he was being watched, and you along with him, and you sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. He stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Amari got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me. Dude, this is all way too freaking coincidental. This is scaring me. Like, first the paintings that, like, that Apollo has. Like, Trip, if you're still here, see these paintings, like, all around the room? They have, like, hidden sketches underneath them. And we looked into each one. And for some freaking reason, they were all in relation to the cases we've done. And that is so freaking weird. After coming into contact with me, he completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. And just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you're being watched this whole time. Maybe not just me, maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnified Gamare? No, before that. It's not widely known. Oh, it's about the case with his wife. You mean the accident during the quick draw shooting practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all from me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smell of fresher mint than they do now. Gamari didn't mention one particularly noisy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnified Gamari at the time, and knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared quite suddenly at that. Magnified wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got to the better of me. Journalist catches scent of scoop. Goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. Set up one-on-one interview with Talas's husband, see? Zach Gamari. Something strange was in the air over that trip Gamari in those days. The whole screwy mentor-scrolling disciples started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me, off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, kept prying, and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, eh? Waiting for his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnified Miracle. Of course it was all a dream. Because of this, the performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valent? So Valent waited until Zach died, legally at least. The time finally comes, and the Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. That document sees the legal rights like a day. It's going to put a bit of damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valent Gamare. Lost out of his partner in work. In love, too. Love? It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What has 3 sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. Oh, come on! I was thinking about that, like, you have 2 guys and there's a girl, like, right there. I wonder what's going on here, other than just... When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama and interview, and backstabbing. In the middle of it all, Thalassa has Trucy, and then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Mr. Russell, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zach, after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I never forget his wife. Talasa Gramare. Magnified Gramare's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? Okay, I don't like this man's, like, face or anything, but he's being really, like, helpful here. So I'll give him that. You're being very helpful than you were in court. So Talasa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. But she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. Excuse me, what was that on your wrists, ma'am? Huh? That looks familiar. Huh? I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know? Talasa has another child besides Trucy. End quote. Huh? The frick you... okay, I think I already figured it out, but the frick you mean? She had another child! What? But Trucy says she was an only child. Yes, this one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance. Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks, no idea where they are now. Talasa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know? Dude, this is coming more messed up as it goes on. I don't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtains on this little play. Apparently that's not my role anymore. Magnify. I was just wondering what Magnify would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It's the same with Magnify. And with his daughter, Talasa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some Gramare gene. Magnify told me once back when Zack married Talasa. He said that Zack had good eyes. But not good like Gramare's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gramare secret was? Maybe nobody know that now that Zack's gone. Zack Gramare. This is coming so weird. I don't like it. The pot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Gramare fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramare's power. A power which passed from magnified Gramare to Talasa to the next generation, and I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Holy frick. Alright, man. We're unlocking your freaking Cyclops. Frick you. Talk. I'm getting all this info out of you. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she could see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Hold on. Holy frick. Okay. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Or gotta use the resource at hand, I always say. Yeah, I myself have no such power, but Trissy does. Why's that? Maybe Trissy got her power from her mother, Talus Grimare. I will not speak of that! Talus is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Talus lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valent, Grimare's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Talassa? I'm sure Valent would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Darn you! Her eyes. I loved Talus's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that I felt. Like an embrace. She's dead, and Magnified Grimare has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy, someone who inherited Talus's power. Ha! How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. That's why his freaking... This... A Greenhorn defense attorney I happen to meet, I call him Apollo. What? That's his name, though! Why did I just notice this now? Holy frick, I'm gonna... This boy, his name is... I forget. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney? Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Talassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. This is like the weirdest backstory I've ever heard. What the actual frick is going on? This family tree is whack. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Talassa was her second. How'd you know this? Her first husband, he died the year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer, and when he joined us, Grimare's, as a guest in our show. After Talus's wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then. I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice that she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They're Grimare family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the pictures. What? So that's why that Mr. Zack, what Mr. Zack took this photograph of Talassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. What? Chat, you seeing this? You seeing this freaking hot mess here? What the actual frick is going on? I to process this. What the actual frick? Yeah, I'm way too deep in this rabbit hole. We're doing 3 hours straight. Not 3 hours, freaking 12 hours straight. Frick this. Holy frick, what the heck? Dude. Oh, I hate this. I hate and love this so much. Oh my god. Bro. Bro. Apollo! Apollo! I got something to freaking tell you! Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this in the sense I love this. But also, what the frick's going on? Oh, my brain. This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it's passed down from the Grimari line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Palliser once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension. Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two, a brother and sister, yes, and the brother too, has this power of theirs. So Tracy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I'm in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It's said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of the wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power. What have I told you? The Grimari power reacts to tension in others. When the Grimari senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension transfers into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's the bracelets. So that's what the bracelets are for. The bracelet on, one can sense these contractions because the bracelet is always perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrists. Precisely. That alone doesn't really count as a mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? Guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the minds of crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is, the Grimaris can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing, it's knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any lengths of time, but what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something! Precisely. But wait, Trissy doesn't have bracelets. We're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is elementary. She probably does it without thinking. Now Trilogy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Gamare. Thank you, Mr. Zack. This boy's bracelet is the real thing, that he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. We'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night, the night my mentor Magnified Gamari passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnify's test. The test. In his last years, Magnified Gamari worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack, though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah, I thought you might say that. I went home without shooting anything. What would you have done then? Then of course I would have given Balance his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Balance were to shoot me in the head, then I too the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending too gives no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I'm sorry, I have done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnify wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valence. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There are even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have to once more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I am dead? But he wasn't able to do so. That night, Sakuramari was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern, 7 years passed, his confession, to use as I saw fit. 7 years passed, I, Zack Gamari, murdered my mentor, Magnified Gamari. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court, and hereby confess to my crime. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Gamari. And this is why I have to show the Valent, and then I have to talk to freaking Kristoff! Holy frick. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I think I know what I have for you. How many sack looks do you have? 2? You have 2. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright. Time to eat dirt. Or whatever. Take this confession. That's what you will. You get nothing from me. As much as a part of this affair, as much as a part of this affair as you are now, I have to know what happened. For 7 long years, I have endured. Now, finally, the current lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valiant, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb that should shake things up. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles, not as long as I have this. Where's the transferal of rights? And what might that be? I see it bears the Grimari's seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? Document showing the true recipient of the performance right of Magnifies Miracles. What? Is that Grimari? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zack is gone! Vanished into the void! This is a genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in a trail to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. He shot Magnify. Yes, it was Zack. It was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say if you could prove that Zack Grimari shot Magnify. Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnify Grimari? I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Grimari wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnified Grimari. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fooled the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems the tables have turned. Now I'm the audience, believing the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him. OMG! Again with the OMG. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zack Grimari killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. She receives instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, and the one who remains is guilty, that would be the logical conclusion. Yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. To shoot Magnified Grimari in the forehead. If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police perchance? Do as you will, there is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I need my mentor magnifies for repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valiant Grimari did kill the great Magnify. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as? Don't know. Knack and talent Grimari, maybe? And while fantasies could be further from the truth, only Zack and Valent received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. If it wasn't Zack or Valent who shot Magnify, then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnify Grimari himself. What? So Magnify Grimari committed suicide? I find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. When I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So he spoke with Magnify Grimari. Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnify transferred the rights of his repertoire to my partner, Zack Grimari, not me. I see. But I guess I owe you not an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valent Grimari confessing something to me? Could he be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnify's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights of his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon? Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnify, and I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room, which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder in his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came, but then Magnify called me back. I'm sorry, Valent. I'm giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room. And then I stopped. The shock of what just happened had been told... I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnify Grimari killing himself. Then the demon awoke and knew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, not the magic, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. And I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnify died and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was some years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes? I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Right. Only when I had lost everything I could make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in. My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begin to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Grimari was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, What if he was not the only one who was survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realized that we never saw proof of her demise. Holy frick, I think I know. We never saw her body. Her. The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies, forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Sakuramare. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Sakuramare Shady Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I had to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Time to freaking go beat yo butt, mother fricker. I'm ready to kick this guy's butt, alright? Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. See. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well, could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter. He quickly sealed the envelope. This is the yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. This is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote. And there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atropine spray finds anything. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was the stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you put on my daughter. I'll write a letter with a report. Finally, decisive evidence! What's this? A burglar in jail. Gavin! I didn't know you moonlight and larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there is not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin. There are no survivors of atrocrine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now, then. Right? Wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I got over 7 long years. Now, it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. frick? Oh, you are going down, Kristoff. I'm gonna freaking kick his butt. I swear to God. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Baron Misham, innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? This is some 007 type. Something inside me. Rising, surfacing. Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now. So close. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin has the defendant, Vera Misham's condition, acute octreotide poisoning according to her physician. She could die at any time, thus her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better to do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer. They risk having no one left to try. A trial left without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tells us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right, if Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtains all these years. I'm going to give Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well, your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done.
Objection!
But Vera was poisoned with atropine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you had no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. Had you proposed her killer poisoned her? Do I have all my evidence? Hold on, I need to get... Let me look at my things real quick. I have all of my freaking evidence! Mother fricker, I'm going to take this man down! Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. Prosecution's objection is sustained. Ask the defense to prove its claim to the court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned. I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how. Which to hit first. Let's show how first. Before we jump the gun here. How did the killer poison Vera Misham? I'll focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Now, a bottle of container of poison was found at the defendant's body. I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Misham?
Take that!
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Something the matter? No, nothing at all. So the killer put poison in his bottle and made her drink it. As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish? It's like paint for nails. Know any woman with red nails? My wife has red nails. See, so she's been painting them all this time. Let's recall yesterday's trial. How the frick? You know what? Never mind. I'm just gonna ignore that. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Of course, not back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Her nails. Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff! Have them check the defendant's nail at once! Mr. Justice! Yes? Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham. Why do you ask? You know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking. Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize that the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish? You're going down, Kristoff, you fricker. What's this? Kristoff Gavin.
Objection!
What's your game? My bro? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He's behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it wasn't possible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago? Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Kristoff Gavin has no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Kristoff Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Kristoff Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Kristoff Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Kristoff Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. You are going down! Your Honor, how nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Kristoff Gavin. I'm Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You could do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Iridoni nail polish. Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And? Or was there something concerning with this bottle you wished to ask me about? I admit I respect her taste for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how a very mission was poisoned. Atropine, was it? You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier? Maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him. Again. Ah, and? You agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You're suspected of poisoning the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court. Owning the same nail polish does not make a murderer make. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too. Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention, why? I don't like how that's... But I like how that's there. I'm going out on a freaking limb here. Why are you touching your glasses, bro? That was responsible for poison. I swear to God, there's something here. Mr. Gavin, you're nervous about something. There's that finger pointing at me so rudely. And that desperate gleam in your eyes. It's quite disturbing, actually. Perhaps because you have no faith in your own logic, which is why you cling in your dubious power. Confident or not, I've come a long way, Mr. Gavin. Just a little more to go. I need a word. There must be some word that sends shivers down his spine. Like, this is like the one thing that's like really... I don't like your face. Okay, I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. I'm sure I'll be able to see something, as long as I focus. Am I not seeing it, or am I just stupid? It has to be that last bit. Because that's like it's like the very specific. It has to do with his freaking eye. You are grabbing onto something there, bro. Wait.
Gotcha!
Man, you went tense on that hand, bro. It was you who killed Drew Misham. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally. A little devil appeared to give me the news. Oh, that's what she was talking about. And let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all the tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Ah. Then I must be very talented indeed. See, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th. While I was already in my solitary confinement cell in Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way all the same, and I found it too. Fricker, eat dirt, actually. This is how you poison Mr. Misham. Where's the freaking... Where's the stamp? Give this to me. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Atrochrome was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand that this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell! That is all, Your Honor. Order! Poison on the back of that stamp! After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Dad? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him! What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony. Well, that's the thing. See, after he put his letter in the envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was a mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Perhaps you mean to suggest that I somehow manipulate coincidences. You just have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What? Really, Clavier. You should be seeing through the these weak-spined bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Well, least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place? I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Clavier? Honestly, I want to believe you. The defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christoph! What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin? Her forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Misham, ja? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Mishap would use the stamp. Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp. That is all. Coincidence. Kristoff, you tried to slip it out from under this accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Kristoff. This is so fricked up. I silence the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice? What? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo, motive! He's talking about a motive! Are we back at this? You're a freaking psycho is what you are! Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. Oh, I know it is. A motive for murder. This is the vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. For 2? I have a dang pretty... I know what it's about. That's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, we're going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Then let's see what you have for us. Just doing this as close as I can, just in case if I'm wrong. What reason did Kristoff Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? Where's the painting, red envelope? I don't think it's that. But it could have been that, yeah, because he wrote the letter. But also this. Oh wait, that was in relation to this, but I think using this because there was no return address or anything from that one.
Take that!
Kristoff Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp became Mr. Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnified Grimari's diary. When Attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes, but did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it. And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second. was represented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Missions by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old. The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery to keep them from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Her forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two stamps together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this upon you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. I understand them asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery the day before. Now here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No, this can't be this can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin! Order! 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 What is the meaning of this? Defendant, or former lawyer? Let me begin by denying this.
Objection!
It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Objection!
Her forehead? Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence! Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier? Just prove it! Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case! He must have thought of some evidence. Apollo! Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. Gotta help him out, man. This is so messed up. That proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Misham. Oh, the freaking letter we have! Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it! It can be proven. is a bit ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not...
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well, but if you were wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty.
Objection!
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh, you wanna go? You wanna go, boy? You wanna go? Fight me. Fight me, not Clavier. Fight me, Kristoff. Fight me. I'm gonna smack that smug freaking smile off your face. Haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice? Fine, Your Honor. All I have to do is prove any kind of link. Something that ties Kristoff Gavin to Drew Misham. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham. Frick you. Frick you, actually. Take that! This evidence proves there is a link.
Objection!
That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hmm? Hey! That's handwriting! Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remember I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit. Well, if it's forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction? When Mr. Wright visited Kristoff Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. Yo! Phoenix! Holy frick, you done something, dude. You done something, man. You done so many things, dude. Ah, frick you. Frick you, Kristoff. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, in the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claims is denied. What? Only an actual evidence is permitted in the court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. You evil man! You're gonna get a bloody nose from me, bro. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end this cross-examination of Kristoff Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination. Holy frick! Clavier! Boy! The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin, frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Kristoff? Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember. What's really important to you? You amuse me, her forehead. Couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you? Her right. Resist what? Presenting solid evidence. I request we put the current cross-examination on hold. Prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the videos several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment you called Mr. Drew Mission, it was almost as if what? Funny, it didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Kristoff. What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier? Kristoff? I'd seen you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. In exchange about information. Information? The attorney who'll be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Let me give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Kristoff know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Kristoff! We were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserve that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnify's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin? My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug, not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo! I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. I've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Grimare. One card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation. because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Dad used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. This is so messed up. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright, a second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs, dismissed me and went for that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it! So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Amari both deserve what they got. So you asked Mr. Misham to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then when you were dismissed as Zach Amari's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Ha. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin. Perfectly. You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled. The defendant vanished. I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in the fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance. So you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said, every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Amari got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? Wait just a minute. Zach Amari was seen by this reporter. How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone for 7 years? Finally, I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Amari gone missing for 7 years, Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him! Right, leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. I remember quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Amari. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going! We'll talk about it later. Did she already know? Someone please explain this! Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician, Magnified Gamari's death started it. Magnified Gamari's death and the student Zach Gamari the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Drew Misham. Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions? To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Atroquine applied to a commemorative stamp. The luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter, she saved him by taking the stamp, I see. But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. Aridoni nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit. a tendency to bite her nails. That nail polish was her good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for herself. She refuses to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance. Insurance. As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? And if she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Javier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves the link between him and the actual crime that took Drew Misham's life.
Objection!
What about the restaurant? You killed Zachary to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. I read over the report again, if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You fricker. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive.
Objection!
Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in murder of her father. My trial has been finished for 6 months now. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. Is the defendant Vera Misham, who is on trial here. No, but you were doing so well, Apollo! As long as there is no evidence for the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Objection!
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let's assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? Evidence is everything. There's nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Kristoff, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for the new judicial system. That's right. I totally forgotten. The jury system. Jurist, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system intends to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens? Wisdom? This is some kind of joke. What could possibly be gained by doing this? entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense! There's only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say! They're not in court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. Why the frick are you looking at me like that? Wait, the fuck! Holy frick! Oh, I don't like this. They're looking at me. Is this gone meta? How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. So everything was leading to this court. Of course. Right. Right. Alright! Holy frick! Holy frick! Oh, I do not like you! I won't accept! I can't accept! This is no court! Law! The law is everything! Law is absolute! You let ignorant swine soil your courts! Kristoff, it's over. Clavier? The law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of humankind knowledge. Like a gem polished to a gleam through the trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. It is always changing, growing, nurturing. It is our task as human beings. Except for you, Kristoff, you aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday I'll know what law is, and I'll fight to change it if I have to. I see no need to further prolong this trial. It's begun as the trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father. The painter, Drew Misham, however. Several other incidents were revealed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares verdict, I await your decision. Don't look at me! Don't look at me, sir! Jurors of the court. For the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. This ends the trial for this case. Holy frick. Oh, you can't even save! Hold on! Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she's innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, wait! Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That is correct. Look into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case, I see. As I answer your concern, it is time for your verdicts. Make your decisions in the case against Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. What? What the? No, let me say. Oh, I'm keeping that save up there. That's not going away. Who the? Oh my. She didn't do it. Yo! And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jury system, innocent by unanimous decision. Records will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 p.m., morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes. Oh my god. Vera, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera, Hey now, don't you start crying too. Sorry you had to see us like this. Vera? Thank you so much. Apollo, thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have been in your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes, I saw you, and I finally understood. It's important to be part of the world, to see things with your own eyes. It looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you pulled through, Vera! I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Her future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. Ah! Oh, look, it's me! Oh, look at that! I love it, thanks! Is that me? Oh my god, I love that. She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Dad. Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. No, that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He borrowed those things from me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Miss Wright finished watching them all. You know, I knew my real dad was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Trucy. I know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Grimari after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay, Phoenix is my dad now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kinda loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Dad? The only one who can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mom. Oh, Trucy? Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could you show him to meet me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do his impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection. Not loud enough. I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway. That's magic panties, Apollo. So your memories returned. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lamarar. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there's no guarantee that regarding your memory would make you happy. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long I thought I was alone, but now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This, too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you going to tell them? They do not know. Nope. They do not know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, Don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes? I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago, now in Crystal Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine, and I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore while I was away. And years ago, during a simple rehearsal, it was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memory has returned, I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Mission regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken. Sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. Is that why you haven't died yet? And that's pretty much the end of my story, for now anyway. I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go Cords of Steel. Here comes justice!
Objection!
Heck yeah! Holy frick, I forgot we have to go through the credits. I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Gamari. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Dad. Trucy Gamari? Frankly, I've got my doubts, but Hat Gamari? Now that'll pack him in. It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of your gigs, Jack. That's why it's over. The Gavners are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues on supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted, I've got enough time on my hands. Maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. So, I was standing around eating Snackers the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. And the power of science. Although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. God dang it. I swear, Emma, you're a robot. Unlike events, you are waiting Russian feet. The Borschtful Club, the only thing colder than restaurants is borscht. But if grave challenge is being required, then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. Where's Noodle Man? Oh, this lady. So, Kentucky Pastries is getting back in his Eastern roots, Sprite's culture and all. Yo, boss, culture time! This is how we write roots, capiche? And we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time! And this is how we write people, alright? Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Oh, kids. We saw his eyes again! Holy frick, I know I said I was going to do half and half. Missouri, Chinese characters on cake was a fine idea 3,000 years ago, believe that. Man, you want to make it today, you gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker for real. I know I don't like it, no cracker G. What do you want me to call it then? OG muffin? Don't fight me, kid, alright? Why are you still alive? Because lore. Lore happened and now I'm here. I don't know where all this talking about food is coming from. If you ask me, if there's only one food and that's noodles. Noodles forever. Got a new one too. See, this time I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend Eldon's noodles about the salt? Salt forever. Yeah, I finished! Also, we're not talking about freaking salt. Yeah, I freaking finished. I literally, I went way too far in, so it's like, frick it, I'm going. Ah, no, frick you! Get out of here, I don't want to talk to you! My exceptionally inquisitive nature has won the unquestionable adoration of my department. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stinkler and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko, reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I'm the cure. Frick you, I don't want to see ya. Get the frick out of here. Why do you have a picture? I'll get the frick away from me. Oh, I'm so done. Yeah, I freaking got done with this. Holy frick. I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure, 2 treasures in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Brushy, 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 brushy. Brushy, you're back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. And quote! If I see Kristoff, I'm just not gonna... I decided to keep painting, originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Oh! That's so sweet. Oh! Look at him! Yo! Heck yeah, congrats, you unlocked a special bonus in music and background singing screen. Commemorative Kazuza Nuri. Yo! Continue the next game, Phoenix, right? No, I'm not continuing right now. No. Holy frick. I'm gonna pass out and die. Holy frick, that ending. Everything just happened. Freaking heck. I'm so glad I don't have to see freaking Kristoff again. He can freaking go, like, eat dirt. He can rot in jail for all his life. I don't want to see him. Chew on the poison nail polish. Frick you, Kristoff. Yeah, I'm freaking... Holy frick, wait. Set music background. Hold on. There's like a thing I also... Give me a thing. I'll look for it later. Yeah, ending it here. See y'all later.